out to a few guests, but the only difference we'll see is the pieces we're making in the hot shop are actually a little bit bigger, and we're also trying to stray away from symmetry and go a little bit more asymmetrical. Now, these pieces of colorful glass, we have a ton of them on this front table right here. These are called Marini, and they actually came originally from something like this large stick or rod of glass that I'm holding. This is solid glass through and through, multiple layers of color and clear within this piece. And this is chopped up into basically these little disc-like sections, and that reveals the pattern inside. So once again, these are called Marini. We've laid them out. We're heating them up at the center bench. And once they're all sticking to each other, then we'll go ahead and place them inside of this mold that we've prepared. And you can also see that we are standing at the ready with this metal ladle. And this is going to be dipped inside of our clear glass furnace, which you guys haven't had a chance to see yet today. So this is just a large tank holding a pool of molten glass, kind of like a jar holding honey. So as soon as they place those pieces of glass inside of the mold, they'll go ahead and bring over our first ladle full of glass and just pour this directly over top of those pieces. And this is a really satisfying process. We could see it a little bit better up on the screen, just from above. And each time after pouring that glass, you'll notice there's some glass left over inside of the ladle. They're tapping the ladle on the edge of the bucket to knock the rest of that glass out. And this is all glass that can technically be reused. We could just chop it or break it apart and put it back into the furnace later on. And just like that, we have poured our clear over top of those Marini, which once again is creating these large pieces of glass that you can see on the front pedestal here. And we're going in with a small handheld torch to basically just smooth out any high points in the glass and make sure that the glass flows out evenly into all the corners. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. I want to point out that we are working on these pieces that are on the front pedestal right here. We're just going to see a variety of different patterns and shapes of these pieces. We've just finished creating one right now. And as this glass is cooling down, you'll start to be able to see those little pieces of colorful glass inside. But all this glass is just glowing orange from how hot it is right now. It's not actually colored orange. And at the center bench, you might be wondering what Gabe is doing. He has a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. This is eventually going to be brought over and attached to the bottom of our piece, kind of like in this area, just for reference. And then this is going to allow them to pick up this whole piece of glass and start working with it in the hot shop. And I just want to talk about the temperatures in the hot shop real quick because that is something I haven't gotten to talk about yet. But starting off with our furnaces, this large tank that we've been getting our clear glass from, once again, this is our glass furnace, and this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, maybe up to my hip, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit to keep it completely molten like the texture of honey. And our other furnaces, we actually only have one on right now at the center bench here, but this is for reheating the glass, so there's nothing physically inside of it. And it runs between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And these torches that we're using, this large fluffy one, this runs around that same temperature as well. But of course, using this torch is really helpful because we can heat the glass up in certain sections instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. Or in this case, we are heating up our piece of glass outside of the furnace because we're not able to bring it into the furnace quite yet. And it looks like now the glass has cooled off enough, it's stopped moving enough that they're able to remove it from its mold. And they've just brought over that pipe to attach to the bottom. And right now, Gabe is just holding this pipe on the end of the piece and not moving it around too much. They're trying to let that connection set up enough that it's not going to be moving and kind of flopping around when they pick it up. And just like that, we have our piece attached to the end of a pipe now. So we're able to stick it inside of the furnace and reheat it. And this is an important part of the process. We already have the overall piece. We're not going to be changing too much about it, but we're going to be heating it up multiple times over, and then we're going to start shaping it a little bit more just to give it these perfect, crisp 90-degree edges and completely smooth, flat surfaces. Whenever we pour glass into a mold, sometimes we'll turn out with a little bit of rippling on the surface of the glass, and this is mostly from the hot glass touching a cold surface. And while they're reheating this piece of glass, I have a little bit of time, so could I have the visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going by of our visiting artist artwork. Once again, her name is Kelly Odell. She's the one currently reheating the mold right here using this large fluffy torch. She actually grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii. So if you watch the slideshow, you'll see that she creates a lot of sea life, and she creates a lot of work that focuses mainly on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. And she studied glass and worked under famous glass artists themselves. She studied glass art at University of Hawaii at Manoa, and also studied at Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us right here. And of course, if anyone has any questions, whether it's about the visiting artist and her inspiration for the work, or just questions about the glass in general, feel free to raise your hand so I can see that, and I'll just come over and answer any questions you have. And after heating this glass up enough, we've come over to this contraption we've set up. This is actually a piece of kiln shelf that they're laying the glass on top of, and they're applying pressure from all the other sides, or as many other sides as they can, using a couple of wooden paddles. And we do use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop, and even though they burn, they're very important because they are an insulating material. So when we touch the wood to the glass, it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of it. It's going to allow the glass to maintain its heat. And this is just, once again, giving us those perfect sides and edges to our piece. We're getting crisper 90-degree edges and just completely smoothing the surface of the glass out. And I haven't really had a chance to talk about this little handheld torch here, but this is a tool I always love to point out whenever they use it. This is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you remember the molten glass is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to very quickly heat up small sections of glass. It's really helpful for details, such as when we're sculpting a face, and we just want to work on one section of that face at a time. In this case, we're heating up the corners of the glass with it. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist with us, which means it's a little bit more of a special day because we're getting to make some more experimental pieces of glass. And our visiting artist's name is Kelly Odell. There is a little bit of information about her in your pamphlets that you may have received at the front, but I don't think a lot of you guys did, so I have some information for you instead. So our visiting artist, she actually grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii, and so she will draw inspiration from that for a lot of her work. She creates a lot of sea life, and she also likes to focus a lot on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world when it comes to her artwork. And this residency that she's taking part in right here, right now, this started on Wednesday, is going all the way through Sunday. And this is because she won an award, the Artist's Choice Coney Award in 2023, for donating a piece to the Museum of Glass's Red Hot auction, which we have once a year. So this is in celebration of that. And today we're working on this piece, or these pieces, I should say, which you can see on the front pedestal. These are some really good visual examples of what you'll see going on in the hot shop today. And we are making something that is, of course, a little bit bigger, and our pattern is supposed to be more asymmetrical. These ones were more symmetrical, so she's just trying to stray away from that symmetricality a little bit. And also, I just want to point out, today we actually have one of her ammonites on display on this front pedestal right here. So this is an example of one of her sea life pieces. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we still have some of her work in the Museum of Glass store, which you can see up close and in person, which are some more of her ammonites. And you guys came in after we already created this overall form, but right now we're just perfecting it by heating it up over and over again, and we are applying pressure from multiple sides using this handmade contraption right here. They're setting it on top of a piece of kiln shelf that's coated with beeswax, and they're applying pressure from multiple other sides at the same time, just smoothing and evening the surface out so there's no rippling, and all the corners are crisp, and all the surfaces are just nice and flat. Now, for those who are here for the very beginning of the process, you remember how we attached this pipe to the bottom so that we could work on the piece overall in the hot shop? Well, now we're going to need to attach a pipe to the opposite side of the piece so that we can fix up this end as well, that the pipe is attached to right now. This is just based off of the previous ones of these that I've seen them make. They were making these on Wednesday and probably yesterday as well. And something you may have missed that I also want to point out, we're not perfect in the hot shop, but in the glass that's connected to the pipe itself right now, you could kind of see those cracks, or maybe you didn't see them, but now I'm pointing them out. And this is happening that glass got too cold and we went back into the furnace and the heat shocked the glass. Thermal shock happens when you heat up the glass too quickly or cool it down too quickly, and that can happen in both ways in the hot shop. So right now they are going to focus a little extra heat on that. You saw them torching that connecting area where the glass is connected to the pipe. Yes, and I've had a couple of people ask about the little flames that come up whenever they're using this station here. And this is just because there's beeswax coating the kiln shelf that it's sitting on. And of course, the beeswax has a much lower melting point than glass, and so it is going to burn a little bit. But no worries. Yeah, so hopefully you guys are around for the next piece as well, but if you're not, I do want to point out what we did in the beginning of the process. I just got a good question. So in the very beginning of the process, we took these small pieces of colorful glass called Marini, which some of you guys might know about Marini who are more advanced, but these are basically these little pieces of colorful glass that we chopped up a big piece of glass to reveal the cross section of, and we were able to see that pattern inside, basically. And then we laid these out. We have a bunch of Marini down on this front table right here, if anyone did want to take a closer look. But we laid them out on a tray, heated them up enough for them to stick together, and then we put these inside of a mold. That was basically just these metal bars set up over here. And then we literally poured molten glass over top of it using these giant metal ladles, which is really satisfying. It was specifically 2 full ladles of glass going on top of those little pieces of color. So right now we're going in and out of the furnace over and over again just for short periods of time. And this is called flashing. We're making sure that the entire piece is staying warm overall, at least 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Whenever we're staying in the furnace longer, this is to make the glass malleable or soft, kind of like taffy or putty. And at that point, we're trying to edit the glass a little bit more. Like right now, we're staying in for quite a bit of time, so we're probably going to be editing again. But whenever we go in for short periods of time, this is to make sure the glass stays warm, and we have to do that as many times as, gosh, it could be like 100 times or something crazy, because we work on pieces of glass for up to hours at a time. So we have to make sure that that glass stays warm. So another thing that the artist told me that they're specifically doing with these pieces of glass is they are doing something called flame polishing. So when they heat the glass up enough to melt it, even just slightly, this is going to completely smooth the surface of the glass out, aka polishing it. So that is another thing that we're doing, which I said something pretty similar earlier, but this is specifically called flame polishing. And I have gotten a few questions already, but I just want to point out to the rest of the audience, in case you didn't know, it's totally fine to ask questions. Just raise your hand, and as soon as I see you, I'll come over to answer your questions. And I also want to point out that we have some pieces that were very, very recently put up on display kind of in the back of the hot shop. This is something you're allowed to go around and walk up and look at yourself. These pieces were made by a famous artist whose name is Lino. And there was a little film that they made on him pretty recently as well. So at this point, we are just keeping this piece of glass warm, I believe. And over on that left bench, Ben is working with another piece of glass on the end of a pipe. And this is just like the pipe that's attached to the bottom of our piece right now. So he's going to eventually bring that over, attach it to the opposite side, and then we'll break the piece off from this pipe right here. This is just going to basically flip the orientation of the piece so that we can finish off the side that's connected to the pipe right now. So actually, something that I haven't talked about today is the coloring glass. So once again, at the center bench, just real quick, we are attaching that second pipe right now. You'll see them break the piece off with a little bit of water, and that water is going to thermally shock that section of the glass that they apply it to, making it easy to break off. But once again, I did get a question about color, and I do want to focus on that. The different colors in glass come from different metal oxides that are mixed into the glass mixture, the basic glass mixture. So the basic glass mixture itself is a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and mostly silica sand. Those two ingredients actually will help lower the melting point of the glass, but most glass mixtures are just silica sand based. And the different oxides that are mixed into the glass, I can give you a couple of specific examples. So one of the most expensive glass colors is this sort of pink color. They call it a cranberry pink specifically, and that's coming from gold chloride. And that comes from literal gold, which is why it's so expensive. And some other colors that we use, I'm sure people have heard of cobalt glass. So antique glass literally uses a form of cobalt inside of the glass to get that rich blue. So just a couple of examples. So as you can see, there's just a little bit of excess glass that's sticking to the end of our piece. And so to break that off, they're trying to tap it with a couple of tools. But if that's not working, then what they could do is they could just heat up that small section of glass and take it off by cutting it off. So that's most likely what they'll have to do. That connection is pretty solid right there. So once again, now that we've heated up this glass on the other side, we can start to finish off the entire form, just making it symmetrical with the first side we created. And for anyone that didn't see this earlier, we're basically just placing this piece of glass onto a piece of kiln shelf, and we're applying pressure from all the other sides as well with a couple of wooden tools, just smoothing the surface of this glass perfectly out. And just while they're still working on this piece, I think I do want to talk about the visiting artists a little bit more, just in case we've had some new people join here and there, which I've seen a couple of times. So once again, we do have a visiting artist today, and her name is Kelly Odell. She's the one that's been physically working with the glass quite a bit herself, wearing this sort of burgundy or maroon shirt. And she actually grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii. And actually, could I have the slideshow up on the screen as I talk about her, please? Thank you. So there is an artist slideshow going up on the screen. This is going to kind of pass by as I talk about our visiting artists. Some of these photos are from a previous residency that she had here at the Museum of Glass. Some of them are photos of her artwork. And I wanted to point out, once again, she grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii. And you'll see this coming into play with her artwork, as she does make a lot of sea life. And she likes to focus a lot on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. And this residency that she's taking part in right now, this started on Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday. And this is a celebration of her 2023 Artist Choice Coney Award, which was awarded for a piece that she donated to the museum for one of our auctions called Red Hot. And this is an annual auction, happens every year in the fall. And of course, I'm sure you've all noticed already, but we do have some pieces on this front pedestal that are very similar to what we're working on in the hot shop right now. So you can expect them to turn out somewhat similar to this. We're making some pieces that are bigger, of course, and we're trying to stray away from symmetricality. She said that she wants to try making things a little bit more asymmetrical. So this is something that's a little bit new for her. And we also have one of her ammonites on this front pedestal right here. These are pieces that she is pretty well known for, and I believe she has some more of them in the Museum of Glass store if anyone wanted to see them up close and in person. Oh yeah, and something that I forgot to mention, I always want to mention along with, you know, her displays of artwork that she has out, that she also has some cards with her website and with her Instagram. So if anyone's interested in that, then please feel free to ask me for those. I have plenty of them to give out, and you could just check out some other pieces of hers. And now to break this piece off and put it away for good, we are applying some water, tapping the pipe, and that piece is done. Let's give them a huge round of applause for the first piece of the day. Also, I want to point out, they've seemingly disappeared around the corner. They're actually going to an annealer that's around the corner, the annealer being this large black box that we have on our far walls. But both of these are already filled with artwork that they've made over the past couple of days. And because these pieces are so thick, they have to cool down for multiple days, which is why we can't open them back up and put new pieces inside. So we have to fill up yet another annealer, a third annealer around the corner. And we should get started on our next piece relatively soon here. You'll see everything from the beginning where we heat up these pieces of Marini, and then we lay them out and start smashing them together almost, kind of like squishing them together. And we are getting started on that over on the right. You can see they're setting up the mold for their next piece, and they can adjust the size using these metal bars to create bigger pieces, to create perfect squares, longer rectangles, pretty much anything they want. And since we're not seeing the coloring process in the hot shop where we actually use the colored glass, I think I do want to play a video to just kind of give you guys an idea, and I'll talk a little bit more about how that ties into our projects today after that video plays. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
All right, so we actually created these cups of colored glass, so these blown cups of colored glass that are pretty large, maybe as large as this all the way around. And we actually stuffed those full of just solid clear glass, and that would create just a simple, it's kind of hard to describe, but I'll try to show visually this simple circle in the center here, just as an example. And I'll walk around with this piece as I describe it. So once again, we could create this simple circle by taking the color cup and stuffing clear inside of it. And we can actually then surround that in clear, stuff that into another color cup. We can fold these to create multiple layers of patterns kind of smashed on top of each other. And that is how they created the Marini that we're using today. It's really hard to describe without a visual or a video or anything like that, but I can try my best to explain in further detail if any of you are curious. But that was my simple explanation. And we have a huge variety of these Marini. Once again, we're laying them out on a tray, and we're lightly heating them up, getting them ready to use in the hot shop. And those are heating up inside of these boxes in the front here. So we're probably using this one right now since it is currently heating up a little bit. And since quite a few new people have joined, I do want to give a little introduction as to what we have going on today again. So I was just showing off a little piece of colored glass. These are called Marini, and we are going to be placing them inside of pieces kind of like what we have on the front pedestal right here. And so all we're doing is we're taking those pieces of color, heating them up, and then we will literally pour clear molten glass over top of it, kind of like dumping giant spoonfuls of honey. We're literally going to be using these giant ladles to do that. It's really satisfying to watch. And that is going to create these pieces. We're making them a little bit bigger, it seems like, and we're also trying to stray away from symmetricality. So we're going to see some asymmetrical pieces. And these are all designed by our visiting artist that we have in here today. Her name is Kelly Odell. She's the one in the sort of burgundy or maroon top in the back there. And she's here in this residency as a celebration of her 2023 Artist Choice Coney Award. And this was awarded because she donated a piece to the Museum of Glass's Red Hot auction back in 2023. And since we do have quite a few new people in the hot shop, could I have Kelly's slideshow up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I do want to point out up on the screen there's going to be a slideshow going, and this is going to include some pictures of her previous residency here at the Museum of Glass, just as you saw in the beginning, as well as some of her previously made artwork, such as you're seeing right now. And you'll see with this artwork that a lot of her work focuses mainly on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. And I believe she is drawing a lot of inspiration from the fact that she actually grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii. And she actually went to school there as well at University of Hawaii at Manoa to study glass art itself. And by the way, you've seen in the slideshow a few of Kelly's ammonite pieces. I just want to point out that we have one of the ammonites on this front pedestal right here as well. So by the way, if anyone wanted to take a closer look at these pieces, you can always come down to the front row to take a look. I have some cards with her information on it, which will give you her website, her Instagram. And she also still may have some pieces available in the Museum of Glass store. I haven't checked in to see if they're still there, but there are some ammonites in there as well if you wanted to take a closer look and just walk through the store. And at this point, we are starting to preheat our mold. We want to make sure that it's nice and warm before we put any glass inside of it. If we were to just pour glass into this mold while it's cold, then we could get some rippling and possibly even some cracking from thermal shock. And in the front here, you can see we've opened up this annealer and we're grabbing a tray out of it. And this actually has pieces of Marini on it already. Once again, they were preheating inside of that box, probably up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And now that they're nice and warm and preheated, this is placed directly onto this metal sort of fork. This is going to be used to heat up this glass even more. We want to heat them up enough that they're going to want to stick to each other and stick together, but not so much that they're going to stick to the plate that they're on top of too bad. And since we've had a few new guests join here and there, I do want to talk about the heat of a couple things in the hot shop while I have a little bit of time. So first off, our clear glass furnace right behind Ben right here. We're going to be using this in just a moment. This is holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, probably up to my hip inside of a giant ceramic tank. And it is running at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit all day, every day, so 24/7. And we're going to be gathering literal ladlefuls of that glass. You can see those large metal ladles laid out on the right bench. And we're going to be pouring that over top of those small pieces of colored glass that we're heating up right now. And we're heating the glass up inside of another type of furnace. This is just for reheating the glass only. So it runs between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Just a little bit warmer to reheat the glass quickly. And we're now using this small handheld torch. Once again, we're just heating up the glass enough for them to stick together. And so to prevent us from heating up the plate too much, we're going in with a torch now. And a lot of the audience already knows this already, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer those questions as soon as I see your hand raised. And that applies to the entire audience, so please feel free to ask away. Yes, so something I want to point out, when we're heating the glass up like this, once again, we're not completely melting it till the honey texture that it was originally. We're reheating it till it's more of a taffy or a putty texture. So it's moving a little bit, even if you can't see it moving with your bare eyes, but it is moving. And if you're wondering why they're tapping the metal pole or the tray, this is so that a vibration travels through and to the glass. It's breaking the glass off of the tray itself. If we were not to do that, then the glass would stick completely to the tray. Just creates a little bit of shock. So I actually haven't seen them make one of these ammonites yet, but I would assume that it takes about 2 to 3 hours, maybe about 2 hours, which is a really good amount of time, actually. That's pretty fast. They made one on Wednesday. We still have yet to see it because, once again, it is still cooling down along with all the other pieces we made, probably inside of that box right there on the right wall. And it looks like we've heated up the Marini enough to put it inside of the mold now. So we once again tap the tray. We're going to go ahead and pick up all of those Marini, place them inside of our mold. And at this point, you can see that the glass is moving a little bit. They're just going to make sure to keep it nice and warm as they get the ladle full of clear glass ready. Now, this is something that we don't see very often because it does use larger amounts of glass and certain skill sets. But this is us just pouring the clear glass into the mold. We have a really good view of it up on the screen if anybody needs a better view. And we do this multiple times, just enough to fill up the entire mold. So the temperature of the glass right now. So it's definitely still very warm. It has more internal heat. The outside is probably dropping very rapidly towards 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, but the inside is still very gooey. If we were to cut this open, it would still kind of flow. So definitely probably around 1500, maybe even a little bit warmer. It's really hard to estimate exactly, but it's under 2000, over 1000. So the furnaces that we're using at each bench, these are for reheating the glass only. And so we'll open up the door to be able to fit inside of it properly, such as with this giant rectangle of glass that we're about to put inside of there. But the other furnace with the small door here behind everyone, this is our glass furnace. So we're just getting new clear glass outside of that furnace. And we don't have bigger door options for that. I'm not sure why exactly, but that's where we start our project. So we don't usually need to widen the doors. Yeah, lots of good questions. Thanks for your questions. So that's a really good question. We just saw them put that other piece away just earlier, and that is going to take at least 2 days to cool down. And I'm basing this off of the previous pieces they made because they made some similar pieces 2 days ago and they're still cooling down. So it's going to take a long time for them to cool down properly without them breaking. And that's because the glass is so thick. If the glass was thinner, such as a cup, then we could cool it down overnight. And at this point, we've just taken our glass out of the mold and picked it up on the end of that pipe. The only reason we attached it to the end of this pipe is just so that we can start working on it in the hot shop. That pipe is kind of acting as a handle. And so now this next process is going to be a little bit long, I'll admit, but we're going to be heating up this glass over and over again and smoothing out the surface completely. This is called flame polishing. Just by heating the glass, it's going to flow completely liquid on the surface and create a smooth shine. And this is also going to allow them to perfect the rectangular shape. We may see some layering from where we added those two pores of clear glass on top of each other. We also may see some rippling from where the glass touched the mold from thermal shock. And you can see that Ben has yet another pipe. This is something that's going to be used way later on. We're not going to use it right this second, but this is going to be attached to the opposite side of the piece so that we can work on the side of the pieces attached to the pipe right now. So they're just getting a little bit of prep work out of the way basically by doing that. So once again, this contraption they have set up here, this is just a piece of kiln shelf that they have laid out, and they've actually coated it in beeswax, which is why it's burning whenever they're using it. But the beeswax is important. It's going to burn away, but it's going to make sure that the glass doesn't stick or pick up any particles from the kiln shelf that they're using. At the same time, they were applying pressure from multiple other sides using wooden tools, and this is completely flattening the surface of the glass out. It might be hard to see from where you're sitting, but these pieces on the front pedestal, you can kind of see these small lines and small ripples in the surface of the glass. And this process that they're doing here is going to get rid of any of those imperfections, or just, you wouldn't even consider them imperfections, but it's just what happens when you layer glass on top of each other in this way. So I get that question a lot. Why isn't the pipe that they're handling hot? And that is because only the section of the pipe that's going inside of the furnace is going to be hot. So usually it's just a section as small as this to maybe as large as this that you want to avoid touching on the pipe. And I've been told that steel is actually a relatively poor conductor of heat. And to simplify that, heating up something that's made of steel, the heat's not going to travel very far, apparently. Yeah, so I want to show this off to the crowd again just because it's been a little while, but this large piece of glass in my hand here, this is how those little colorful spots inside of our piece start off. And we'll chop this up into basically these little disc-like sections, and that's going to reveal the cross-section or the design that's inside of our piece of glass. And in these cases, you'll see all these individual little cells, layers of clear and color, and that's going to give us our patterns. And once again, this is called Marini. So we have all of these pieces of Marini down on this front table here. If anyone wants to take a peek, you're welcome to. And for anyone that's recently joined in, I want to give a quick overview again as to what we have going on today, catch you up a little bit. So today we do have a visiting artist. Her name is Kelly Odell. She's the one up in the front here taking some photos at the moment. And she grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii and is drawing quite a bit of inspiration from that. A lot of the works she creates relates to sea life, as well as species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. And this residency of hers that she's partaking in right now at the Museum of Glass, this started on Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday, and is a celebration of celebration of her 2023 Artist Choice Coney Award, and it was awarded for her donating a piece to the Museum of Glass's Red Hot auction, which happens once a year. And so this is basically in celebration of her winning that award and donating that piece. And these pieces that we're making today are a little bit more experimental. We can see some of them on this front pedestal right here. I always want to point these out. These are a really good visual example of what we'll see in the hot shop today. The pieces we're making today are a little bit bigger, and our artist has said that she's trying to stray away from symmetricality a little bit. She's trying to go a little bit more asymmetrical, a little bit more natural, and let the glass do what it wants to do. And at the center bench, we've already created the shape itself. Right now, we're just kind of perfecting everything by heating it up over and over again and smoothing out all of those edges and making sure the corners are nice and sharp. And this is also called flame polishing. We're heating up the glass enough that the surface melts slightly, and that's going to give us a completely smooth surface of the glass. So we're doing multiple things at once here, even though it looks like we're just heating it up and like barely touching the surface over and over again. And since this piece of glass is so thick, you can see it's still glowing quite a bit. It has a lot of internal heat, but the outside is actually still relatively cold, probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is cold for glass. It doesn't sound very cold, but at that point, glass is completely solid again. And so we need to make sure to keep it at that temperature or above, otherwise we risk thermal shock. So to prevent thermal shock, we're heating up the cold areas only using these smaller torches. One of them's a large torch that we use to heat up larger areas. The small torch, it heats up very quickly. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little fun fact. So right now they're trying to let the internal temperature go down while keeping the outside warm. So they went inside the furnace for just enough time to flame polish the surface of the glass once again. And this is heated up the connecting point between the glass and the pipe enough that it's starting to move around a little bit. So the glass at this point, once again, is a little bit more of a taffy texture than anything else. And just to mention again, just in case some of you guys didn't hear this earlier, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand, grab my attention, and I'll come over to answer those questions. So thermal shock is when we heat up or cool down the glass too quickly. The temperature change is so drastic that it'll crack or completely break a piece of glass. And it's really hard to explain why that happens, just kind of like explaining laws of nature. And so I like to just bring up the fact that there are videos online of maybe people pouring boiling water on a frozen windshield in hopes that it'll heat it up so that they could start driving, and then it just shatters the entire thing. So that's an example of thermal shock right there. And in the reverse, you can also cool down a piece of glass too quickly. So if you're heating up a bottle in a campfire and you take it out, then it's not going to cool slowly enough and it's just going to crack. So those are a couple of examples right there. It's hard to explain why that happens. It just does. So, like very, very, very beginning, the glass mixture is mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, and a little bit of limestone, and that creates specifically a soda lime glass, which has a lower melting point than other kinds of glass. So that is our basic glass mixture. Now, as for the colored pieces of glass, we start off by using something called color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass. We do not mix it or make it ourselves. We get it shipped in this bar form, but it's different metal oxides mixed into the glass to get those different colors. And I can give you an example. So for example, gold chloride will create a cranberry pink / red color, which is one of the most expensive colors of glass because it literally has gold in it. And so that one will create, once again, a really beautiful pink color. Now, as for these little pieces of Marini, we would take that piece of color bar and we would actually add it to clear and blow out a cup of color. And then we would stuff that cup with solid clear glass. So if you were to come take a closer look at these, you would see that we have layers of clear and layers of color. And that's how we did that, is by blowing out a cup, stuffing it with clear, and that creates basically a ring of color if we continue to surround it with more clear. It's kind of hard to describe, but we don't have a very good visual to help explain that, so this is the best I can do. And then from there, since we have such interesting sort of randomized patterns, they took that color and they actually folded it onto itself multiple times. And then when you look at the cross-section of that color, so this is how it looks before they chop it up. If you look at the cross-section, then you'd be able to see the pattern of the Marini inside. Once again, the Marini being these pieces of glass. So yeah, long explanation, but we took those individual pieces, we heated them up very lightly, and we placed them inside of this sort of boxy mold, and then we just poured clear glass over top of it to completely trap them inside of this box of clear. And that's pretty much it. So this is just a solid block of clear glass with a little bit of those pieces of color inside of it. So if we were to create just a piece of glass like this, it's actually a relatively quick process. But as you can see in the hot shop right now, this does not seem like a quick process because we're working with it so much. But if we were to just create this shape and then call it a day and be done, I think it would be maybe like 15 minutes or so, maybe even a little bit less. Because all we're doing is we're placing those pieces of colored glass in and then pouring clear over top and then letting it cool down. But for these pieces specifically that we're working on the hot shop, it's been taking maybe about an hour each, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. So we've just attached a second pipe to the opposite end of the piece, and we broke the piece off by applying some water and tapping the pipe. You'll see this happen again later on when we go to completely put the piece away. But we flipped the orientation of the piece right here so that we can work on the opposite side of the piece. And this is going to allow us to completely make a symmetrical shape and just make sure the entire thing is polished and perfected overall. So now if you didn't see this with the earlier one already, where once again we're just heating up the opposite side of this piece, and we're coming over to this piece of kiln shelf that we have laid out. We're going to apply pressure from multiple other sides using other wooden tools as well. And this is going to slowly push the glass into a perfect rectangular shape, as well as just completely smoothing out all of the sides. And by the way, this paddle that we're using here as well, even though it's not wood, it's still a pretty insulating material. This is a graphite paddle. We use a lot of graphite and wooden tools in the hot shop. And a lot of people might be surprised by the wooden tools because they do burn. But I mentioned earlier that the wooden tools are important because they are an insulating material. So we touch it to the glass and it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the glass, allowing the glass to remain warm. And once again, whenever we're using this torch, we're just trying to heat up any areas of the glass that are too cold at the moment. And the areas that are cooling down really fast are the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, as this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And the outside of the glass in general is cooling down while the inside is maintaining quite a bit of heat. So just to balance everything out, they'll go in with these torches every now and then and heat up any of those cold areas. So the cone that we're inside of has a history behind it that I'd love to explain. But the reason it's so big and so shiny is just to be impressive, really. But the story behind it is the shape is actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway. They were called beehive or wigwam burners. And they were used to burn leftover wood scraps from logging. This was a huge logging area. And then they cleaned the area up. We didn't need those burners anymore. And this is just kind of paying tribute to what the area used to be. So that's where the design came from. Another thing I like to point out is the fact that the cone is tilted on its side. This just gives us more floor space. And I can give an example with my own arms. If we just have a cone this shape, we have that much floor space. If we tilt it out, we have that much more floor space. And that's pretty much the reasoning behind it. We have a fan at the top to pull some hot air out, so it is functional in a way as well, but it is just very impressive and very beautiful. All right, so welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop or recently joined. Just to give you a little bit of an overview, I want to talk about who's here, what we're making today. So today we have visiting artist Kelly Odell. There's a little bit of information about her in your pamphlets that you may have received at the front. She's the one kind of closest to us up here, the burgundy or maroon shirt. And up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going. This is going to show off some of her previously made artwork, as well as show some pictures of the previous residency that she was here, such as this photo right now. Now, she grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii, so she likes to tie that into her work quite a bit. You'll see a lot of sea life, and you'll see a lot of work that focuses on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. Now, she studied glass art at University of Hawaii at Manoa. She also studied at Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school very local to here. It's only 2 hours north of us. In this residency that she's taking part in right now, this started on Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday. So she still has a few days to make some really cool stuff. And this is a celebration of her getting the 2023 Artist Choice Coney Award, which is awarded to her because she donated a piece to the annual auction we have here called Red Hot, and she won that award through that. And today we're making some pieces kind of like the ones on the front pedestal right here. I would say that we've already come along far enough that you can really see the final product, but these are really good examples as well. The only difference you'll see is these pieces we're making now, they might be a little bit bigger, and we are also trying to stay away from symmetrical shapes, symmetricality. And so the pattern that's laid out inside is a lot more asymmetrical or natural than the previous pieces. Now, I also want to point out, I don't know if we saw one of these in the slideshow, but Kelly is also known for making ammonites, which we have one of her ammonites right here on the front pedestal. I want to mention that we have 2 more of them in the Museum of Glass store. So if you're already going to be walking through there, or if you want to see some more of her work up close and in person, then please check those out. So our visiting artist, Kelly, has actually come in on her own. Everyone else down on the Hot Shop floor is Museum of Glass Hot Shop team or Hot Shop staff. So these guys work here pretty much full time at the Museum of Glass, assisting visiting artists when they come in, such as today, or making Museum of Glass store items, such as water pitchers. They're always doing something here in the Hot Shop, though. There's never a day that there's not a Hot Shop team in here. And now at this point, we are just getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. Once again, we're going through the process of heating up any areas that are cold while also letting the inside of the piece cool down a little bit itself. And so this is just a little bit of a delicate balance. If we cool it down too much on the inside, then we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So we are just carefully getting this piece ready to break off and put it away. When we break it off, we're going to apply a little bit of water to the area that's connecting the glass to the pipe, and that's going to crack that connection from thermal shock itself. So we are going to be using thermal shock purposefully in that small section of the glass. So right now they're using this large fluffy flame to heat up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. They're heating it up enough that they're going to start seeing a little bit of movement. And then once they start seeing that movement, that's usually their signal that they can go ahead and break it off. And by the way, when we do break this piece off, we're going to carry it and kind of disappear around the corner, but we're putting it inside of a box that's a lot like the ones on our walls. And these are called annealers. It's just going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. The previous ones we've made so far, they've all taken multiple days to cool down. Just to give you an example, we made some pieces on Wednesday that were like this, and they're still cooling down inside of those boxes. So to break this piece off, we're once again just applying some water to that connecting point. This is cracking that section of the glass. Then they tap the pipe, and that's it. That's all it takes to break that piece off. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. That was the best round of applause all day. And this is going into the annealer. Once again, just like these large black boxes on our far walls, this is going to stay at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, everything inside of that box will slowly cool down over the course of a few days. Glass pizza? Can make glass anything. Now, as you can see, we're heating up the mold yet again. So this is telling me that we're going to create the next one very soon here again already. We're already preparing the mold. So if you guys missed the very beginning of the process where we put these little pieces of colorful glass called Marini inside of the mold, and then we pour the molten glass over top of them to pick them up, then stick around and you'll see that process very soon. Yeah, so it looks like I have pretty much the same crowd, but welcome to anyone that's recently joined. Today, once again, we have a visiting artist with us. She's actually up in the front right here showing off some of her Marini. Marini is basically these pieces of colored glass that we're using to create the designs inside of the pieces on the pedestal. And it looks like we're getting ready to heat up these pieces of Marini right now. Inside of this box right here, they're preheating up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're getting ready to physically pull them out. And we're going to place them onto the end of this metal fork and heat them up even further inside of the furnace. Yes, so on the screen we have a view of our mold. This is where we're going to be placing those pieces of colorful glass inside. And then we're going to literally pour clear molten glass over top of it to basically trap them inside of this large rectangle of glass. And that's this process. We're going to see that pretty soon. At the center bench, they're heating up the pieces of Marini right now. Yeah, so when we take it out of the furnace like this, we're trying to squish them together using a couple of metal tools. And we'll do this with a variety of tools, but once again, we're just trying to squish them together enough for all of them to stick to each other in a sort of ring. And once we have them sticking together in a sort of ring, then we can go ahead and place the entire thing all together inside of the mold. And by the way, if anyone was curious, I think I saw some of you guys looking as I was handing out these little papers. These are actually postcards that have the visiting artist information as well as her husband's artist information. They're both glass artists. Once again, her name is Kelly Odell. And if you'd like this, then please feel free to just let me know and I'll give one to you. At the center bench, we've started to use this small handheld torch that you might have just seen. This is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is going to very quickly heat up small amounts of glass. We're making sure to just heat up the glass itself and not the plate, hopefully so that the glass sticks to each other, but not the plate specifically. So I wasn't here for part of the beginning of the process, but when you saw them take the pieces of glass out of this box here, once again, this is a type of annealer. They were preheating the glass inside of this box to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is just a very happy medium temperature for glass. It's still solid at that point, but it's going to prevent any thermal shock from happening. Now at this point, this is where we're going to see the piece actually made and actually take shape. So we are heating up the Merini just one more time. We're going to carry it over to our mold. And just to make sure that the Merini is not sticking to the plate, we'll tap the metal rod real quick. And then we pick up the entire piece of glass all at once and place it inside of our mold. And next, we're just going to start pouring ladlefuls of clear glass over top of it using these large metal ladles. And this is going to happen pretty quickly. The other times when I've seen this happen, we do 2 full ladlefuls of glass. And we have a really good view of this up on the screen. So if you can't see it very well from where you're sitting, then I suggest looking up at the screen. And if you're curious about what happens afterwards, like what Ben is doing right here, he tapped that excess or extra glass off of the off of the ladle, and this is going into a bucket of clear glass only. So we could technically reuse that glass that is broken off of the ladle. And next, we've just poured another ladleful. It looks like we're going to do 3 ladlefuls of glass this time. And we're going in with that handheld torch again. If you're wondering what they're doing here, they're heating up any high points that we have in the glass. And this is hopefully going to just completely smooth the surface of the glass out. And this is also just helping the glass flow into the corners a little bit better. And from this point, you can't really see the Merini inside of the glass right now, but this is just because the glass is so hot that everything is glowing the same color. But as soon as it starts cooling down, you'll be able to see the color again, and you'll be able to see those individual pieces of glass inside. And we have to keep this glass inside of the mold until it's cooled down enough that it's not going to be moving or changing shape after we take it out of the mold. So we're going to let it sit there for a few minutes while we get a pipe ready that you can see Gabe working with at the center bench. This pipe is eventually going to be brought over and attached to the end of to the end of the piece, kind of like this area, to give you an example. And that's going to allow them to pick it up and use that pipe as a handle to work with the piece of glass in the hot shop. Yeah, so I want to point out that these were the artist's pretty much like first attempt of the versions of the pieces that we're seeing today. And they are a little bit more experimental for her. She really likes to create symmetrical pieces, she was saying. So even these ones on the front pedestal are more symmetrical. You can see that they're laid out almost like butterfly wings or something. But now what we're making in the hot shop, she's trying to stay away from that symmetricality and make more asymmetrical pieces, something more abstract, letting the glass go with the flow a little bit more. So these pieces are a little bit more experimental for her, just a little bit of information about them. So at the center bench, Gabe has the pipe that he's going to attach to the bottom of the piece. Over on the left, Ben is preparing yet another pipe that they're going to attach to the opposite side of the piece later on. So that's way later on, though. And so he's just preparing it, getting a little bit of prep work out of the way. And now we are getting ready to pick this piece of glass up. Right now, they're letting that connection set up enough. If they were to just pick it up right away, then the connection would be so hot that it would be flopping and kind of moving around. And they'll dust away any particles that are sticking to the surface of the glass. And now we have our piece of glass picked up on the end of the pipe. Now from here, this process is long but important. We're going to start heating up the glass and we're going to start smoothing and shaping the surface out just a little bit more. This is going to get rid of any rippling from where the glass met the surface of the mold. This is also going to create these nice crisp edges right where all the corners are and just even everything out basically. And during this process, when we're heating the glass like this, this is going to kind kind of melt the surface of the glass a little bit. This is called flame polishing. So we're flame polishing, we're smoothing, and we're kind of reshaping the glass. But the piece is not going to change very much overall. This is still very close to what you'll see as a final product. So once again, yeah, this is our visiting artist. For anyone that didn't know, her name is Kelly. There is a little bit of information about her in your pamphlet. And her husband is a glass artist himself as well. His name is Preston Singletary, but he's not here today. Sorry, Raven Sky River. There we go. Yeah, and by the way, I do have some postcards with a little bit of information on our visiting artist, Kelly Odell, once again. And there's also some information about her husband on there as well, just a kind of 2-for-1. So if anyone wants the artist's Instagram, the website, then feel free to ask for these postcards and I'll hand them out to everyone. And by the way, I want to point out one more piece of Kelly's on this front pedestal right here. This is one of her ammonites, and we actually have 2 more of them in the Museum of Glass store. And this is something that she makes a lot as well, is different sea life. Yeah, so we're heating it up enough that it's going to start moving a lot like taffy. And once it's moving at this rate, we'll be able to come over and start editing it using this piece of kiln shelf. They're going to start preparing that most likely soon as well. But once again, this setup that they have here, this is just a piece of kiln shelf that's laid down. It's coated with a layer of beeswax to prevent the glass from sticking or collecting any particles. And they're going to apply pressure using multiple other tools from other sides as well. And this is going to just push the glass into a perfect rectangular shape. And at this point, when we're starting to heat up the glass with the torches, we're heating up any areas that are a little bit colder. So the corners of the glass are going to cool down quite a bit. The area where the glass is connected to the pipe is going to cool down quite a bit. That is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And if that area of the glass cracks, that is where the glass is held onto the pipe, so we could drop the piece. So it's just really important that we keep everything nice and warm. And just to point out to everyone once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention or raise your hand and I'll come over to answer those questions. So if we were to leave a piece of glass in the furnace, then yes, it would just melt into a puddle. But we really don't want it to melt into a puddle inside of the furnace because it would damage the kind of insulation that we have in there. And so we pull it out as quickly as possible by just sticking a hot pipe into the glass, which is rapidly heating up, and then it just sticks to the pipe and comes out. It's a pretty fast process, but it's really sad when that happens because the piece is definitely done for. If we drop it on the ground, sometimes we have a chance of saving it. Now, that's really hard for me to estimate. I think I told people earlier that it might have been like 20, 25 pounds, something like that. But I want to point out that it feels a lot heavier than it actually is, just because of the leverage it has against you all the way on the end of the pipe, which is why they are struggling so much to handle this piece of glass. So actually, it's a process that we're not going to see in the hot shop that's really important that I like to point out every now and then is the process of cold working. If you don't know what cold working is, we'll take a piece of glass after it's done in the hot shop and we'll grind and polish certain areas of the glass to create either smooth surface or a flat bottom, for example. And so we'll have to do that with each one of these pieces as well because there's a little bit of extra clear left over where they break it off when it's done, which it's not quite done yet. But that's something that will have to happen later on. So the other day when they were making pieces in the hot shop, they started off with this project like you're seeing here, and then they moved on to a completely different project, which actually was making ammonites. It's hard to describe what an ammonite is, but we have an example of one, luckily, over on the far pedestal over there. It's basically a sort of sea creature. And that is something that was made in the second half of the day, for example. So we may see them make something different later on in the day. They may continue this project. Not certain myself, but I could probably ask the artist when she's not busy. Yes, and speaking of these ammonites, once again, I want to mention to the crowd, if you haven't heard already, we do have 2 more in the Museum of Glass store. So if you wanted to even just like see them up close in person, then feel free to check those out. That's a good question. So usually when we work on anything in the hot shop, it'll take overnight, maybe a day to cool down. But with these pieces, these are so thick that we're leaving them in there for multiple days. Like the pieces that were made on Wednesday are actually still cooling down. I'm not sure when they'll be done, but they will change the cycle or programming depending on how thick the glass is. Yeah, so it's just showing off some examples of the things that we use basically in the very beginning of the process. If you guys wanted to take a closer look, you're totally welcome to come down. But once again, these colored pieces of glass, these are called Marini, and I was just showing off how we kind of get them. We'll kind of layer different colors and clear glass together, and that will create these rings of color. And I could describe that in further detail, but it's a really difficult process. And then they will fold it onto itself multiple times. You can kind of see where it's been folded onto itself. And then they'll chop it up into these little disc-like sections, and that creates the Marini itself. It'll reveal the cross-section of the glass. It's a really cool process, and she made so many different kinds of Marini of all sorts of different colors, and she's using as many as she can during this residency, it seems like. All right, so for those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Kelly O'Dell, and she is the one in the sort of burgundy or maroon shirt back there. And she's the one who's designed all of these pieces that we're making in the hot shop today. And today, right now, you can see that we're working on a piece that's very similar to these right here. These are a little bit more of experimental pieces of hers. It's something that she's just trying out recently. And the only difference you'll see between what we're working on right now versus those ones is that we have a more asymmetrical pattern, or a not symmetrical pattern. And that is just her trying to go with the flow of the glass a little bit more and let things be a little bit more abstract. And we're just finishing this piece off at the center bench. This is a pretty long process, but we're trying to completely smooth out the surface of the glass and create a nice boxy rectangular shape. And could I actually have the slideshow of Kelly's artwork up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point out there's going to be a slideshow going on. I want to give you a little bit of information about Kelly herself. So she actually grew up on the Big Island in Hawaii, which is where she draws a lot of inspiration for her artwork. So she likes to create a lot of sea life and focuses a lot on species extinction, conservation, and human impact on the natural world. And this residency specifically started on Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday, and is a celebration of her 2023 Artist's Choice Coney Award, which was awarded to her when she donated a piece to the museum's auction in 2023. It's a red hot auction, something we have once a year in the fall. And speaking of the sea life that she creates, we have one piece of hers on this front pedestal right here that's an ammonite. She has two more of these in the store I've been pointing out. So if anyone wants to check out some more of her work, you can always see more in the store. You can always take a closer look at the pieces in the front. And I also have some postcards with her information, so you can get her website and her Instagram. And next at the center bench, we're going to see them attach another pipe to the opposite end of the piece. And they're going to go ahead and break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. This is going to give them access to the other side of the piece so that they can further alter it and just fix up the other end as well. And this is something that we'll do with a lot of pieces in the hot shop. So if we're making a bowl, we'll have to flip the orientation of that piece as well and work on both sides of the piece at some point. And so that same thing applies for solid pieces of glass like this. We'll usually work on both sides of the piece as well. And to break this piece off, all they do is they apply a little bit of water to that connecting area, and this is going to purposefully crack a section of the glass. And once this is cracked enough, all they do is they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now they have access to the other side of the piece, and they're going to start doing the same thing that they did to the other side, which is smoothing and evening everything out, as well as flame polishing. If you don't know what flame polishing is, they're just going to heat up the very surface of the glass pretty much until it's melted a little bit, and that's going to smooth out the surface of the glass very evenly. All right, so for the few who have just recently joined, I want to give you a little overview to let you know what we have going on today. So once again, today we have Kelly O'Dell in the hot shop. She's our visiting artist, and she's the one in the sort of maroon burgundy shirt. And we are working on some pieces that are really similar to the ones on the front pedestal here. These are really good examples. Now I want to point out specifically these pieces of colorful glass down on the table here. These are called Marini, and these Marini were used to get the patterns inside of the glass. And just to show you this large stick here of glass, this is how the Marini starts off. And we'll chop this up into little disc-like sections, and that will reveal the cross-section or the image inside of our glass. We have a couple of different kinds of Marini that are unchopped. We have many different kinds that are already prepared. These were all made on a far previous date and then brought in to be used. And we're almost done with this piece at the center bench here. We're just smoothing and evening out the entire surface of the piece of glass while making sure that we still maintain that boxy rectangular shape. And we're also doing something called flame polishing, which is when we're going in and heating this piece of glass up enough that it's just kind of melting the surface a little bit, and that's completely smoothing the surface out. And another thing I want to point out, this glass is very thick, of course, so it has a lot of internal heat inside of it, which is why the glass appears orange right now as well. It's supposed to be completely clear glass with just those little pieces of color kind of floating inside of it. And so we're heating up the outside using these torches. We're going into the furnace and heating up the entire thing overall to get a little bit of a deeper heat, but we do want to make sure that the inside cools down a little bit before we break it off and put it away. So usually to even that heat out, once again, we're using those torches to heat up any cold areas. And at this point, we're not editing or altering the glass anymore. We're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. And this is just going to include evening that heat out, making sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. And this is actually the coldest area of the glass, where the glass is connected to the pipe, because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And so there's just the least amount of heat touching it at any time. So just to make sure that it's staying warm, we go in with this torch. It runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so it seems like I have a little bit of time. So up in the front here, once again, we have those small pieces of colored glass called Marini. And just want to show off once again for those who haven't seen it. This is kind of how they start off. We'll create different layers of color and clear and kind of fold them together in the hot shop and then pull it into more of a stick-like shape. And then we'll cut it up to reveal the cross section inside of the glass, and that creates these different little pieces of glass. And I just want to point out once again, this is called Marini. And this was done far in advance before we made these pieces in the hot shop, and they're cut using cold tools. They're not cut hot in the hot shop. We'll cut them with something like a saw or a blade. Yes, so the pieces that we're making in the hot shop, they're really similar to these ones on the front pedestal, but our artist has told us that she's trying to stray away from the symmetricality of things a little bit. So with these ones, she did make them more symmetrical. If you cut it straight down the center, it would be the same pattern on either side. But with these ones, she's going a little bit more abstract, a little bit more natural, and letting the glass kind of choose what shape it wants to take on. Yes, and at this point we are getting ready to break it off. So we're heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we start to see a little bit of movement. And then we'll apply some water to that section where the glass is connected to the pipe and then tap the pipe. That's just going to completely break it off into these Kevlar gloves. And those Kevlar gloves, it's the same material as firefighting suits apparently. It's going to allow the artist to carry it for a relatively long amount of time to put it away. So once again, to break this off, we're just applying a little bit of water. And you can hear the glass cracking just a little bit. And that's causing some thermal shock. We tap the pipe. And that's broken off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. Yes, I know they've seemingly disappeared around the corner, and this is a little bit odd, but we filled up these other annealers, these large black boxes on our far walls. That's what we usually use to cool them down, but we have another one around the corner out of view, so that's the one we're using since the other ones are full. And they're at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit when we're using them. We load it up as much as we want during the day, and then when we're ready, we press a button and it slowly cools down. And this process usually is overnight, but for these pieces, since they're so thick, there's so much glass, it has to cool down for a much longer period of time. The pieces that we made on Wednesday are still cooling down, so I would assume maybe 2 or 3 days. And does anyone have any final questions for me? So up on the screen, the slideshow of the visiting artist artwork is going, if you haven't seen that already.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for this afternoon. If we could maybe turn the mic down just a little bit, that would be great. We have visiting artist Kelly Odell with us in the Hot Shop this week. She's exploring many different Marini overlays, as you can see here on the podium. And then in the afternoon time, which is after lunch, she will explore creating these hollow shells that are here on the podium. They're also in the entryway when you walk into the Hot Shop. So they're really exciting to watch. They do take some time to get to the final form, but hang out with us. It's well worth the wait. I'll tell you a little bit more about Kelly in a moment. I'll also give you a step-by-step of the process as they get ready to start working in just a moment. So first, I'll start with the layout of the Hot Shop, what it is you're looking at, and if at any point you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out or wave at me because it's hard to hear over here. And I'll be happy to answer your questions. So, everything that we do here in the Hot Shops begins in the furnace. The furnace are our large ceramic tanks. They're full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. So hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel, so we'll heat up our stainless steel rods, dip into the furnace, rotate that pipe, and gather a ball of glass. It's not too big. Once we gather that small initial gather, we'll then blow into the end of the pipe and it'll create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. So that small bubble about the size of my fist can create large scale projects or small scale projects. And then from there, we'll go in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole here are our reheating chambers. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. Its temperature is kept at around 2,300 degrees, and as you can see, they're lined with hollow fire brick, which just helps. The fire brick can withstand those really high temperatures, and it's a great insulator for the chambers. Once again, we have visiting artist Kelly Odell with us in the Hot Shop. Can we please see some of Kelly's past works? So between her childhood on the Big Island in Hawaii and her career as a glassblower in the Pacific Northwest, Kelly Odell creates work that sheds light on species extinction, conservation, and the human impact on the natural world. She joins Museum of Glass in celebration of her 2023 Artist Choice Coney Award, awarded for the piece donated at the Museum of Glass annual Red Hot auction and gala. All of the glass that we gather out of the furnace is clear. So if you look up at the big screen there, Gabe has blew a bubble into the end of the blowpipe there in the hot glass. There's a small bubble, and what Sarah is doing is she's preparing a rod of color. The rod of color will add color to the clear glass. This is called color overlay. So we are heating up a solid bar to lay it over a clear bubble to add color to the glass. The color is not orange. That's just what, let's say, 2300 degrees looks like. We'll go in with our diamond shears, and in one cut, we'll remove ourselves because when those blades overlap, they create a diamond, which helps us remove ourselves in one snip. When we go in between the bench and the reheating chamber, the question is how much time do we have to be able to manipulate the glass while it's hot? And so the reason why we go into the reheating chamber and back to the bench constantly is because we only have about a minute. It just depends on what we're doing and where we're at in the process. Right now, we want to go in and get it molten hot because we want to stretch that color back behind the bubble so it overlays all parts of the clear glass. So it just always depends on what part of the process we're at. That determines how long we can stay outside of the reheating chamber. The glass has to remain above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock. Right now, we're making a cup of color, and we need color cups to be able to create different effects in color. So right now, we're creating a ombre effect, which means we're going to reduce the color density. And so throughout the cup, we're making a cup right now, and they'll be able to use their tools to carve in a weak spot, and then they knock it off the pipe. So stick around and you'll see it in a moment. So if you guys would like to join me, my young friend here, his name's Miles. He's kind of like my nephew. It's his birthday today. So if you guys want to join me in singing happy birthday, I'd love that. Are you ready? Let's hit it in 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miles. Happy birthday to you. I think, oh, 3 days? Meet me here in 3 days. We'll sing it to you too. Just tell them at the front door Emily invited me back, okay? Thanks, guys, for helping me sing happy birthday to Miles. It's his sixth? Seventh. Oh, sixth? Sixth birthday. So, what's awesome about coming to work at the Museum of Glass as a visiting artist is that you get to work with the Hot Shop team. The Hot Shop team, you're looking at a good majority, maybe just one lady, she's in the back, she's the cold worker. So, we have our Hot Shop director, oh, he was over there, and we have Sarah in the black. Nick in the black. Everybody's in black. Just great. And then we have Gabe here. And those are our core Hot Shop team members. And everything that we do in the Hot Shop, we have to cure it in the cold shop. So nothing is finished until it's cold worked. So we have a cold worker. Her name's Kristen. She's in the behind the scenes aspect of the process. But the reason why it's awesome to come to the museum and work with the Hot Shop team is because there's a lot of experience combined over 100 years. And they are able to streamline the process and execute your vision all through verbal and a little sketch communication. So we'll go in with our block, cool down those outer layers of the glass. Kelly will blow into the end of the pipe to expand that initial bubble, and then back in with our papers. Our papers are soaked newspaper, just regular good old Sunday paper soaked in water, and they provide a really good intimate tool for shaping, almost like using your bare hands. Can we please see some of Kelly's past works for those who just joined us? Currently, we're working on a shell similar to the one that you see in the vitrine podium when you walk in. So the Marvering table is made out of stainless steel, and the glass doesn't crack because the glass is very, very soft. It is very, very hot. And so it does start to rapidly cool down just being in the air, in the element outside of that crucible. So by the time we get to the table, we're just it's still kind of like Play-Doh, and we're just rotating it back and forth to help stabilize those temperatures and cool them down. But it's not, there's no water here, so there's no thermal shock going on. Shock will help, like, it's the one thing that'll interfere with how the glass, like the structures of the glass, but tables will not. So that's why it doesn't just immediately crack. The table's not being chilled, you know? So if the table was cooler, yeah, it would. But it's just, it doesn't crack because it's too hot to crack. And the table's at room temperature, so it won't interfere with the structure of the glass. Yeah, so the torch here, the fluffy torch that we use here is it's about 2,500 degrees, and we heat it in specific areas to help make it a little bit softer. Because when we go into the reheating chamber, that's the first part, or that's the last part to go in and the first part to come out. So we're heating it in a specific area to make sure that it gets super hot so we can go in and we can manipulate that specific area. So the question is, why doesn't the metal get hot to touch? And stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat. So when we dip into the furnaces or when we dip into the ovens, the heat will stay towards the end. If it starts to get hot, if the stainless steel starts to accumulate heat in one specific area, we go to the pipe cooler and we cool down the pipe. We have pipe coolers there and over here, and we cool the pipes down. So currently in the process, Sarah is heating up another bar of color. Color bar is a solid color, is the way that we get solid overlays, our transparent, our opaque overlays. So we're heating up a bar of color, and then here in the middle bench, Kelly has a bubble that she has blown out in clear glass. And what Sarah will do, will come over on top of that clear bubble, and we're gonna cut the colored glass with our diamond shears, and then we'll encase the clear bubble with that color, which will then give us a color overlay. Can we please, when Sarah's done here in the middle, can we please see the color overlay video in just a moment?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Okay, I'll tell them in 1 second. All right, question. What do we do with the leftover color that is not dropped onto clear? Yeah. What do we do with the additional color that's not dropped onto the clear? We throw it away. Or sometimes they'll gather over it and make a pony. But Nick's not working, so he usually makes ponies, and so we probably won't make ponies today for fun. Or you can save some of it to get a color test, but it's not enough for it to take us very far. And what's your question? What's in here? So this is a garage where we park pieces to be held at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. If we could maybe see the inside of the garage, that would be awesome on the big screen. And so we put items into the garage. The garage is hot enough to hold them steady, but it's not high enough in temperature to make the pieces melt. And so the color cup that we just made, we put it inside of here because we're gonna stuff hot glass into that color cup, which will add more color to the body of this shell. Okay, so now we have to just rest here at the middle bench. As we added that bar of color, the inside, the core of the piece is still really hot. That initial bubble is still very fragile, so we need it to cool down. So the beginning of the glass making process is a hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. And then as you get closer to the end, it all kind of just like swoosh and comes together. It's like magic a little bit. So we're gonna hold it here, let it rest, and then we'll go over into the furnace. The furnace, like I said, is our large ceramic tank full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. We'll dip into that furnace. We'll probably take about 2 to 3 more large gathers on these shells specifically, and then we'll start to blow it out, wrap it with pattern, which also has color, and then shape it. My favorite thing to make, so when I was young, like when I was 11 going on 12, I started working at Hilltop Artists, which is the youth program for glass making. And I was taught how to be a flame worker, which means I work on a torch, not in a large hot shop. And so I make wearable glass. So like my rings and stuff like that. So I like to make wearable glass. So thanks for asking. So as we continue to gather all of the glass out of the furnace, can we see that furnace diagram again? So as we continue to gather glass out of the furnace, as Ben just did, he'll drip it into that bucket. This is what we call a strip gather to reduce some of that excess glass. But as we continue to take glass from the furnace, we have a hot shop technician that does a process known as charging the furnace, because those 1,000 pounds just don't magically, refill themselves. So our hot shop tech, he comes once a week or once every other week, and he recharges the furnaces. So can we see the charging the furnaces videos to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art.
Can we turn the volume down a little?
The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So about 5,000 years ago is when glass started, but blowing of glass started about 2,000 years ago. The question was, when did glass start, or how did glass start? You can also read the walls as you walk into the Grand Hall, right before the art alley. It'll tell you all the cool facts about Egyptian glass and Italian glass and the history of glass. So we took the cup out of the garage. He just took the cup out of the garage where it was parked. So we took the cup out of the garage, and we have to flash it very fast. So we take it into the reheating chamber to prepare it. So what we're doing is, on the far left side of the hot shop, Ben has prepared, he's preparing a bubble of glass, which means that he'll gather over colored glass, and then once he gathers enough to fit into the width of this cup, we're going to stuff the hot glass into the cup, pick it up, stretch it out, heat it up, roll it over, and then we'll get started with our shell shape. Back into the furnace we'll go to rotate that pipe. We'll gather up some glass. It moves around just like lava or honey. As he's dripping it, he is stripping the glass because he gathered enough, but a little bit extra to where he could drip some of it off. And that was an intentional movement. So I'll tell you a little bit about our local programs. Oh, let's see what they're doing over here. I'll tell you guys about local programs as well as if you're interested in designing glass as the youth, you can do our Kids Design Glass program. So here we're gonna catch this cup. We're gonna put it on the little stainless steel stand that has been preheated. We'll size match, dip the hot glass into the cup. You have to move slowly and allow it to fill. So as he's allowing it to fill up the cup shape, he'll then cap the top. And as the air tries to escape, the glass will expand. So that is how you stuff a cup to add more color to the glass. This will give us a faded ombre effect. And there is also a color overlay below that stuffed cup. But for the youth out there that are interested in designing in glass, we have a Kids Design Glass program. Can we see the Kids Design Glass? Just the slide, not the video, just the slide. Our youth 12 and under can apply to the Kids Design Glass program if your piece is selected. So you submit your drawing, the MOG Hot Shop team will choose a monthly winner. The winner and the family are invited to watch the creation be made in glass, and you get to take one home. And you don't have to be local, so if you are watching us on the live stream, kids from all over the world are invited to submit a drawing. So all you have to do is sketch out your idea, tell us what the story is about your glass art idea, and if you're chosen, you'll get a call from the Hot Shop. See you later. Happy birthday, Miles. So, if you would like to also learn more about Kelly O'Dell, you can follow Kelly at Kelly of the Dell on Instagram. And you'll be able to see potentially some of her works that she's made here at the museum with us when they're done and pictured in some time from now. And then you're able to go to her website at www.kellyodellglass.com. And if you would like a postcard, you can also scan the QR code and join her email list. So, would you like a card? Would you guys like some cards? Yeah, I'll share them. It's getting heavy. It's getting pretty heavy. The pipe is about 10 pounds, and then the glass itself, maybe 10, 11 pounds. Can you pass those up for me? You guys want some too? Here, just pass them around for me. Help me out. There's some. Here, share those with our group over here. You're welcome. These are great. These are so nice. More? There's more for the friends behind us. Can we have two? Oh, yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. We'll give one to Anna. If anyone else wants a postcard from Kelly with her work on it, just raise your hand and I'll walk some over. Or maybe you could meet me halfway. You guys want some? Want one? No? Oh, just one? Okay. Yeah, they're so cool. You could send it to somebody. Tell them about your time here at the museum. I know, I see you looking. Your hair is so thick, by the way. So pretty. I'm out here slinging postcards, Kelly. Hey, you need to get in line. These are great. So now we must rest before we add our next layer of design or just another layer of glass. Okay, awesome. So we are going to gather over this mass. Then we're going to add some color pattern, which means that we're going to take a color bar and wrap it around the body, which will make spirals in the glass, which is how the shells get that spiral design. And the best part is when she rolls it up into its shape. So she literally rolls the glass onto itself live. So that's what makes it so magical to watch the process here in the hot shop. All of the glass that we strip into the bucket, we can recycle. We cannot recycle glass that has contamination in it, which means color, because our crucibles are 1,000 pounds of molten clear glass. And so when he strips it into that bucket there, he'll let it come off of the main gather of glass, and later we can reuse that glass. So we'll go back in with that hollowed out block. The block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that has been soaked in water, which helps protect the materials of the wood as well as the hot glass. When that little layer of steam is what protects both of the elements. Fruit wood in this area is very commonly used during the glass making process. And specifically in this area, we use cherry wood because it's the most common in our area. We're taking a guess that it's the size of it'll be the weight of a small house cat, or about 11 pounds. So as we marver it on this table, what we're doing is we're designing the shape to be accommodating to the pattern that we are going to lay on. The way that we add pattern is many different applications, but specifically today for this color wrap, we're going to take a piece of color and wrap it in a spiral all the way back to the pipe. The color that you see, that really bright orange, is just the heat. But the color it'll be is the colors that they pick in the beginning and they heat them up. So, like, you and I never know the color that Kelly chose because she heated them up while we were kind of talking and watching the process happen, and everything got really hot. Does that answer your question? You guys have really good questions, by the way. So we'll go back in with our papers, which is our newspaper, once again, that has been soaked in water. Gabe will blow into the end of that pipe there, which will expand the bubble, and Ben is using his hand to shape the glass to guide it to a desired shape so we can add this pattern wrap, this pattern to it, color wrap. So we'll go in with those jacks. Those jacks are designed to carve into the glass to create a weak point. The weak point is a very important part in the process because this is how we remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. As we carve into this glass, we'll then add water later to create shock. But for now, we're just carving in a jack line. We're using the paddles to protect his arm. What you have to remember is that piece is above 2,000 degrees, and so it's as the heat is radiating off of it, it's hitting his arm. So as the levels of the glass get low inside of the furnace, when we recharge it, we add to it, but dipping into it gets it so low that when we add to it, you have fresh glass on the top, but you're not really mixing it because it gets up to a very high temperature and it charges it. And so in a way, it mixes itself. Somebody's hat fell right here. You guys, when you moved, it fell right down here. Oh, thanks, Reagan. Yeah, so we don't have to kind of mixes itself. We can clean the top layers, and if we find that there's bubbles from when it got recharged, we'll spray water on the top to eliminate that bubbles in the top layer. So no, we don't have a stick. It's not like a cake batter bowl. Yes? How does it not get wet? But are you trying to figure out why it's not melting? It's because when we bring it out of the big bowl of hot glass, when we bring it out. So we'll go on and add some pattern. And as we slowly move our hand to the right, as you can see, that color will be laid to the surface of the glass. When we take glass from the furnace and we work it in this natural environment, our job, because it's cooling down so quickly, our job is to keep it warm to make it malleable. That's why it doesn't melt while we're working. Oh, I didn't know what that was. I was like, what is that? Yeah, you guys can clap it up. Woohoo! Color wrap. That's a great question. It just depends on what you make. So looking at one of those pieces may have taken 2 hours, while looking at a different one may have taken 4 hours. It depends on the color, the pattern, the shape, the size, all of those things. So as we go back into that reheating chamber, we'll be able to melt all that glass together. And as he starts in the back of the piece rotating there, he's stabilizing that piece closer to the pipe, cooling that down, and then he'll go in and rotate the tip. Everything that he does is thought through. He's not just kind of, well, he is controlling it, but every motion is a thought through step. If you're ever interested in doing a hands-on workshop, like coming by the furnace and creating your own piece, you can go onto our programs tab on the museumofglass.org. You can go to our programs and workshops, and you can come into the hot shop and try it out, or you can go into the education studio and do fusing. There's different offerings we have online for you to get the opportunity to create in glass. Once we stretch this hollow cone out enough, we'll then take a piece of Marini, which are similar to the pieces here. We'll take a circle piece of Marini, heat it up. We're going to attach it to the tip and rotate it back towards itself. Marini is a way to add pattern and design and colors to glass. It starts like this, and we chop it down into tiles. You build this in the hot shop. You build the patterns, you build the colors. It's heavy. You got it? Okay. And there it goes. She attached the Marini, and we slowly rotated ourselves back. onto the shell. So now we have to secure the connection point. It has to have enough heat so when we add the water, the shock will permeate through to the core so we can knock ourselves off of that blowpipe. The corks that she's using are just really large blocks of corks, similar to the ones that we use in our wine bottles. And what they do is they provide a very soft tool for shaping and molding the glass, but they don't leave any residue on the glass of the material. Because as you can see, anything that touches that glass burns. Kelly also has a few pieces inside of the gift store, so if you're interested in taking one of her pieces home, you can look in the gift shop. She has a few pieces on display. We have to torch the back of the pipe. This part of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber first, and it last goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. So that fluffy torch there is about 2,500 degrees, and so we're making sure that the heat is being evenly distributed. This part of the piece is the most important part of the actual piece itself, of the actual process. Kelly O'Dell is our visiting artist for those of you who have just joined us here in the Hot Shop. I'll tell you a little bit more about her. She studied at the University of Hawaii Manoa as well as Pilchuck Glass School and worked with some Seattle-based artists, specifically William Morris, who is a very well-known and accomplished Seattle-based artist. Kelly O'Dell creates works that shed light on the species extinction, conservation, and the human impact on the natural world. This residency is a celebration of her 2023 Red Hot Gala donation piece. So the work that she donated received she received the Coney Award from her donation, and so she's here working with us, producing her work as her reward. On the left side here, Gabe is prepping the punty rod. That is a transfer pipe. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language, and a lot of the terms we use here on the Hot Shop floor are Italian terms because, of course, that's where we brought the trade over from. So punty means to bridge. So when the gaffer yells out, punny up, like go get the punny ready. That means to get the transfer rod ready, and this is where we remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe, we change the axis of the piece, and we clean up the opposite side of the piece. We hit the jack line with the jacks just to make sure that jack line is securely carved in. So now Gabe will bring over that transfer rod, a sculpture punty specifically is what it's called, but this is our connection to transfer ourselves from the initial blowpipe. She's telling him what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. So then that way, when she prepares, we have to let this transfer rod, the glass on the end, cool down. So when she taps herself off of the opposite pipe, it's not too hot that the glass pulls the punty to the ground. So we'll put a little bit of water on the jack line there. We put a lot of water on the jack line there. When we tap the pipes, the vibrations will be sent through the pipe, which will help remove the glass from the connection. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and sticking through the whole process. We'll tap the pipe, and that is how you remove yourselves. Go ahead, yeah, clap it up. Yeah, that's a great question. I explained that the other day too. So when we remove ourselves and we have that large mass of glass at the end of the pipe, we cap the top of the pipe, dip it in water, a bucket of water, and then we place it into an empty bucket. They're stainless steel, and the stress it has a self-cleaning mechanism. It just pops off the pipe. And so then we put them back into the pipe warmer to bring them up to temp. Then we can, hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. Then we can start all over. Can we please see some of Kelly's past works for those who just joined? Thank you. If you all are interested in learning more about Kelly, she will be here Sunday at 1 p.m. for her artist talk. You can also join on the live stream to learn about her work and more details of her personal journey in glass. So that is on museumofglass.org. Locate the live stream 1 p.m. Or you're welcome to come back and hang out with us here in the Hot Shop and listen to Kelly's artist talk. So she'll go in and tweeze that lip out. So this is her way of cleaning up the lip. And I really like the natural, the way she naturally cures the lip is pretty cool. I've never actually seen it be done up until she did it the other day. And so you'll be able to see how she cures the lip to give it these low and high points in just a moment. into the waters so we can quench the outer layers of the shell. This is the cool trick that she does to cure the outside layers. And then she'll just slowly use her tool there to knock off the cold, wet glass. So, how does she make it look so realistic? And the more you know about colors, and the more you experiment with colors, and the more that you observe your subject that you would like to recreate in glass, that is one way to kind of use the different colors in glass to make it look like something you find on the beach. And then also, it's not finished until it gets, it's like the cold process. So this one has kind of like a finish on the top, so it's not super shiny like the glass is like in our cupboards. And so there's a special treatment on the top layers of the glass. I would say that the colors that she's playing with, she knows what colors to use, which will be more so inspired by earth tones or the ocean, the beach. So that's how I think she's able to make it very realistic. She knows the materials she needs in reference to glass and color and process. And a lot of practice. And so the more you practice, the more you fail, the more you're likely to succeed when you keep trying. I think that as it gets hotter and hotter, the stripes start to melt into the body of the piece and they kind of move organically with the glass as it gets really hot, which gives it a bit more realism in opposition to just perfect swirl patterns. So as they organically melt and move with the glass, the stripes begin to look realer and realer. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. We have visiting artist Kelly O'Dell with us here. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we see some of Kelly's past works for the visitors that just joined us? That's a great question. Remember when we knocked it off the initial pipe? Remember when we bonked it and it came off? So it was already wide like that, but she's just been opening it more as she works. So it was already a big hole. You just couldn't see it because the color was so dark. We have a visitor that's inquiring about how is sand glass. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now we've suited up in our suit here, arm protection, mitten protection, face protection, and Sarah will catch this piece off the pipe. When she catches the piece off the pipe, she will place it into one of the large ovens where it'll slowly cool down over time to prevent thermal shock. Sarah's gloves are made out of Kevlar material, which is with the same materials that we use in bulletproof vest. And they'll protect her skin from being burned, but the heat is still radiating through those gloves. So the longer she has that piece in her hand, the more she can feel the heat. Mind you, the piece is above 2,000 degrees also, so it's hot. a little bit of water on the back of that punty. Sarah will get under it. When we knock the pipe, the vibrations will help us release ourselves. Let's give Kelly a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then Sarah has walked it around to the back to put it in to put it in a annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down over a period of time to prevent thermal shock. We'll still be working just till about 5 o'clock today, but you guys are welcome to stay and hang out with us. We'll just give them a moment to collect themselves, and then I'll give you guys an update on what's happening next. Once again, Kelly Odell is working with us in the hot shop here for her residency for her 2023 Coney Award reward. Let's give Sarah one more big round of applause for putting that piece in the box. Okay, so now we're going to prepare ourselves. And so, what we've been doing is laying Marini into this. These are called graphite pads or graphite, yeah, pads. Oh, excuse me. And we've been heating up the graphite pad with the fluffy torch there, and we will lay Marini into the base. Marini are these pieces of glass here. They're patterns with design and color. And then we're going to ladle hot glass over the pattern. And then we'll get the blocks of glass here on the podium. So as we heat the Marini here on the pad, we'll then place it over into this graphite created abstract square. So as we ladled the glass into the graphite pad, it creates a square that we will then pick up and we'll put it away. We have placed one Marini, which is a child here. So we placed just one to wrap or to overlay with the hot glass. Similar to these items here on the podium, Kelly Odell is our visiting artist from the 2023 annual Red Hot Gala. She got a Coney Award, which means that her piece that she donated granted her access to the Hot Shop team to come back and create work. She has made some amazing work with us this week, and on Sunday, she'll have an artist talk, so you can learn more about her online live stream. Or you can come back on Sunday at 1 p.m. and hang out with us and listen to her artist talk. If you look up at the big screen there, you can see how it's slowly cooling down, and you can kind of see the squiggle of the pattern of Marini. After we pick up this block of glass, if we could please play her past works, that would be great. As we go in and place this block into the reheating chamber, that reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used just to bring energy, thermal energy back into the glass. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chamber, and it's about 2,300 degrees. please see some of Kelly's past works? Kelly studied at the University of Hawaii Manoa and Pilchuck Glass School. She also worked with William Morris, who is also a Seattle-based, very well-known artist on a big team of great artists here in the Seattle area. She currently lives on the islands in Washington where she practices her art. You can also learn more about her on Instagram at Kelly of the Dale, and that is at Kelly of the Dale. Or you can go online to her website at www.kellyodelglass.com. If you would like her postcard, you're welcome to grab one on the way out. I'll just put it here. I can't get up there. And now that we've heated and shaped this block properly, we'll be able to, Sarah will suit up, and then we'll be able to knock it off and place it into an annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down back to room temperature. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of that pipe. We'll knock it, and then Sarah will catch it, and we'll put it into an oven where it'll slowly ramp down back to room temperature. Alrighty, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Because this glass is so thick, it will take longer than average cooling time. Glass cools depending upon its thickness, and so we had like these really large orbs that were about 50 pounds solid. Those took about 14 days to cool down. These might take about maybe 2 to 4 days to cool down. But when we made like this shell earlier, that might take a day and a half. A small cup take a day. So yeah, that's just a little bit about the cooling process of glass. Let's give Sarah a big hand for getting that piece put away in the oven. Clap it up one more time. I gave him a random bowl I made. Earlier, we made a seashell, and we put a bunch of colors inside of the seashell. And all of the glass that we typically use in the hot shop are all of the glass that we use when it starts out. It just comes out clear from our furnaces. So because you guys are here, and as we get the next piece ready, I'll just tell you a little bit about how glass gets color. So can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We're encasing another Mirini similar to the blocks here on the podium. The Museum of Glass will close today around 5 o'clock. You guys are welcome to hang out until then. And thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We scooped a little bit of particle from the furnace, so we're just going to take some of it out.